Education and the SciTech program, as well as LOTSFA Europe and the LOTSFA Board of Regents. So I want to say special thank you to them for getting the invite out to the schools to participate. And so from here, then I'm Julie Salker, I do career and job placement here at Louisiana Delta Community College, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Julie. Welcome, everyone. In this session, again, welcome. For those that don't know I have some folks in the student commons area looking at me kind of crazy, like, what is going on at Louisiana Delta Community College, Monroe campus at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning? Well, you're about to find out. I know that the signage isn't all that big, so it may be easy to pass it up. But this week is Business and Tech Career Expo week. Yesterday we had a few Zoom sessions that were also live streamed. And today we're going to do the same thing, broadcasting it to the LA Gear Up program, high school students, as well as to you out there on our LDCC School of Business and Technology YouTube page. As you can see, I'm dealing with technology issues right now, so I apologize for those that can't see me all of a sudden. But to this particular session that we're doing today is going to celebrate or going to outline all of the programs that are in the School of Business and Technology. And it won't be told by me, it'll be told by the faculty and staff from the Division of Business and Technology. And so if I can get my slideshow to work properly, we can get started. And we have one gentleman that has to go to class very soon, so I'm going to pass it off to him. His name is Professor Joe Lane, and he is going to talk about the business technology program, entrepreneurship, and leadership in the School of Business and Tech. Professor Lane, take it away.
Well, good morning. Just want to make sure with all this technology, am I coming through okay? Are we hearing me and seeing me?
I can hear you just fine. Joe.
Thank you. Sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate everybody being on and enjoy the opportunity to chat for a few minutes about our business and technology degree program. It's kind of the flagship program of our School of Business. It's been around since Delta Community College was formed about 20 years ago. And our business and technology degree program, it's a academic transferable type of professional business program. So people that are interested in the world of business, we have about half the people that get into this business program, our business and technology program, and looking at some of the classes there that are in the program, about half the folks get in and complete their associate degree, associate applied science degree here at Delta Community College, and then go on to a 4-year university and complete a bachelor's degree. They can come here, get those first 2 years, great instruction, smaller classes, all those sort of things, and leave here with a higher education degree, an associate of applied science higher education degree, and then go on if they want to obtain another degree. The other half of the folks that we have come, they're looking to finish this degree, obtain this higher education degree, and then go into the workforce. And what they're able to do is they're able to go into the workforce in an entry-level professional type position, but then have the ability to move up. Again, this is a professional program where they can move up in the business that they choose. Also, we have a number of those folks I would call in that category. What they do is that they already are working somewhere at a business or a company, and this associate degree gives them the opportunity to do more, to go forward and to go up again. So there are several different reasons that folks will come into the degree program. Now, the way we have it set up, you have a number of different electives that you can choose, where you can kind of custom your the program. Professor Pierce was talking about, if you're interested in the entrepreneur side, I want to own my own business. A lot of folks want to do that. then there are certain courses that I'm looking at on the screen right now that are required courses in our business program. Certain computer courses, uh, business law, business communications, business management, business marketing, that sort of thing. But then you have what we call elective courses. And these are courses you can choose from an array of courses that we offer. So if you're interested in entrepreneurship, owning your own business, there are courses that you would take in addition to the required courses that would prepare you for that entrepreneurial experience. If you were interested in the world of marketing, I was went to a ball game Friday night and ran into one of our graduates who is with a large company here, and he's in sales. And so if you're interested in marketing sales, there are certain electives that can help you prepare for that particular area. And of course, in this day and time, the management, the leadership is really, really important. Folks that want to move up into a company, you have to be a manager and a leader. So we're focusing courses now to really prepare you for that management experience and for that leadership experience. So it has a name of the business and technology, but it's pretty diversified and varied as far as what we can do with that course. So I'll take a breath, and Professor Pierce, any particular comment or area that you want me to chat about?
I think you did a great job explaining what the business and technology program is. You highlighted entrepreneurship, you highlighted extra management classes and leadership classes, and there's more to come. But I definitely appreciate your thoughts as we cycle through the various programs. Thank you so much, Professor Lane. Appreciate it.
Let me say one more thing. We have some high school students or others that are there. I know everybody does, but we care about our students. When we had students come out here at Delta Community College at any of our campuses, and specifically the School of Business that I work with under Professor Pierce's leadership, our goal is to have you to be successful here at Delta and have you be successful in your career. So we are accessible. We like working with you. We want you to be successful. The classes are smaller. You have the opportunity to interact with the professors and with others that are on campus. I think you'll like the atmosphere of the campus. I think you'll like the culture of the campus. And so we just encourage folks to come out and be a part of Delta Community College, and us obviously in my situation with the School of Business. We want to help you be successful in your chosen career. So best of luck, and we look forward to seeing more folks with us.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for those
Certainly.
words. All right. Coming up next, advance the slide here. All right, we will have Professor Deborah Mooring talking about the medical coding program at LDCC. Professor Mooring, are you on?
I am. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Where are you broadcasting from today?
I'm actually remote today.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
all right.
yeah.
So
Can you hear me okay? Let me kind of get that out there like Mr. Lane did with this technology. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you so much. And you take it away. Tell us all about the medical coding program and what students can expect in that program.
Okay, well, the first thing that I like to tell students when they ask about medical coding is if you are one that is interested in healthcare, but you're not sure if you want patient contact, well, then this would be the area for you. It is computer work. It is like office work, desk work, but it is with medical knowledge. So you get to learn about medical terminology, anatomy and physiology. So you get to learn all these neat things in the medical field. You get to work in hospitals, doctors' offices, all those things, but you don't have to have the patient contact if you're not geared toward that. So that's the part I love about medical coding. All the medical information really interests me, but I like computer work. I like desk work, that type of thing. So that was one of the things that drew me into this field. And so with that being said, here at Delta, you can get the certificate, technical certificate, which is 3 semesters. And it's fall, spring, summer. You have to do it in that order. You can start before fall, but there are some classes that will fall into that order. Okay, so it would end with a summer semester. It is open enrollment. Okay, so it's kind of like a first come, first served basis. So there's not really an application process for the coding program. You know, you do your admissions paperwork for the college, but then you would just talk with me. We would discuss, you know, the program and go from there. It is online. It is offered totally online. There are some classes like that could be done face to face, like the anatomy or the computer class that's needed. But all of the medical coding classes that are in the curriculum, they are online. But I am available. Sometimes online scares people, but most students I find really are wanting online. But I am available. I do FaceTime with students. I do Zoom meetings with students. I'll schedule face-to-face meetings if students like that. So I try to be available as much as I can with it being online for those that do need some one-on-one help occasionally. But back to the coding part. If you, again, like the medical field, but don't want patient contact, this would be the area for you. You'll be studying anatomy and physiology, medical terminology. There is a computer course that you would take. There's a customer service course that you would take. And then, of course, all of your coding classes. At the end of the curriculum, when you've passed taken all the courses, passed everything, there is a registry exam that you're eligible to sit for. So you would be a certified medical coder. That's for beginners. Mr. Pierce, have I missed something?
Well, I actually wanted to ask, you've told me a number of times that there are in the basic medical coding lecture lab versus the advanced medical coding lecture lab. You talked about, you've told to me a couple of times what the different styles of coding are. I didn't even realize that there were multiple styles of coding. Did you want to talk about that for a second? Yes,
in the basic medical coding class, which is offered in the fall, that's where you learn the first code set. It's ICD-10-CM, and this is where you learn to code a diagnosis. And this is used in every healthcare setting, like doctors' offices, hospitals, nursing homes, rehab centers, outpatient centers, anywhere that there's any medical service done. You have to have some type of diagnosis to start your process, because medical coding is done to get money. I failed to mention that. That is the whole reason you have coding, is to bring in money to the facility that you're working for. Okay. And that all begins when the patient, steps foot in the door, but they have to have a diagnosis. So the first coding class that you take, you would learn how to code a diagnosis, like what is wrong with the patient? Why are they there for that service? In the spring, you will have the next code sets, which is CPT and HCPCS coding. That's taught in the advanced coding class. Those are codes that are used for more like supplies and actual services, more geared toward outpatient services. Not every patient is going to have a CPT code or a HCPCS code, but every patient will have a diagnosis code that you learn about in the fall. The spring class, those codes are more in specialized areas.
And you said as well, yeah, and thank you for that explanation. And you also said that students, when they finish the program, there are one of a number of certifications maybe they can sit for, or is there one in particular that they can sit for that
there are a couple different ones that they could sit for with different associations. I usually, gear them toward the HIMA certification. That's the National Organization for Health Information. And they do have an entry-level certification exam for medical coders. And then they do have, after you have I think it's 2 years experience in the workforce, you can sit for, there's 2 other exams, and they're more specialized. The first exam is for beginners, obviously, that do not have really experience, but have just like the education for it. And then after you've got 2 years experience, you can go back and sit for another exam that specializes either in inpatient coding or outpatient coding. And it would just show more expertise, which would bring more money.
Excellent. Yeah, that's excellent. You've said that a number of times to me, and I keep forgetting it. So it's always helpful to get reminded of what each level indicates and the different styles. So thank you so much, Professor Moore. Did you have any final words?
I just appreciate any questions, because I know it so well, and there's so much information that sometimes I overlook the little questions that people may have, or something that stands out to someone else that might not me, because I know it so well, I guess. So I appreciate any questions, and if anyone is interested, just let me know.
Okay, we'll definitely make sure that we allow time for Q&A at the end, and also we will make sure through the Office of Career Services that anybody who needs any of our contact information can get it. So thank you so much, Professor Moore.
All right. Thank you.
All right, and moving on. Next, we're going to talk all about information technology, computer science, and cloud computing. Now, I would say recently have begun, and I should say recently, I mean over the last 5 years, we have had the opportunity to develop these 3 programs, and this is in conjunction with Dr. Natalie Campbell, who I'm not sure if she's on the call or not, but I hope that she'll speak up at some point, myself, and Penny Warner. So it's 3 of us that mainly focus on the computing side of the house. We can teach all sorts of things, but certainly the computing side of the house is something that we hold near and dear. And if we look at the breakdown of the different programs, Dr. Campbell, are you on to talk about computer science? Might be trying to figure out the mute unmute there. All right.
I'm on, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Tell us a little bit about our computer science degree as it stands right now. This seems to be, the technology area seems to be pretty hot item these days. What would you say to encourage a student to jump into computer science, but also tell them about the realities of the computer science program?
Well, what I would say, if you're interested in problem solving and doing things like writing code and things like that, then this is something that it's a program you might be interested in. There are some courses that teach you some different programming languages. We start off with the language Python and move into Java afterwards, and learn, each of the courses you progress a little bit and get a little bit more programming skill. But you start off with Python, and you don't really have to know anything about programming to get started with this. You just have to be patient. You have to be able to just to take your time and look through the code that you're writing, and to get your finished results. There are a lot of jobs that hire people with a computer science degree, right in Monroe even. And you probably have a better list than I do right now, but
well, certainly we know that we have our partners at IBM at their Center for Innovation right across the street from, formerly CenturyLink, now Lumen, and they're certainly looking for Java developers and programmers. And I think what you were alluding to earlier, Dr. Campbell, is the fact that this kind of program takes a lot of time. It's not an easy road at all. Lots of high-level, intense, very difficult work. It's not always difficult, but certainly, as you've told me many times before, when you were doing computer science as an undergraduate, there were plenty of times where you were in the lab for 5 or 6 hours trying to figure out where that semicolon belonged, or where your capitalization or punctuation was incorrect, because computers, of course, are garbage in, garbage out. So if you do not give the appropriate instructions, then the code won't work. Isn't that correct?
That's right. That's right. Yes. Just something that you have to have that mentality that you're going to be patient, you're going to be thorough and detailed, and be willing to just take the time and, follow some steps. There are steps that eliminate those 5 hours, but you have to just be patient and be willing to look through that code. You have to enjoy, writing code.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Campbell.
Mhm.
We appreciate your contribution. I want to talk about information technology for just 2 seconds. It's one that's near and dear to me. IT is different from computer science in that computer science, you are developing programs. You're going to make the next Microsoft Office or the next Windows operating system. But in IT, you're more or less maintaining those programs. You're troubleshooting those programs. If you're the type of person that likes to tinker with the hardware, you're that student that somebody always comes to and asks, hey, can you fix my fill in the blank, my phone, fix my laptop, any type of digital device. Probably IT is more your speed, that program, because it focuses initially on hardware and software troubleshooting and support. There's also the networking and telecommunications part that goes into that, which is how do computers communicate. Lots of students at any place of education, higher ed or secondary, you probably have a wireless network that you can tap into. That's one way to communicate with the world or with your friends. But also there's other ways that are not wireless, that where you plug in a device to a receptacle in the wall and you get your communications that way. Maybe that's a little old school now, but some would say that that's safer. And then of course there's a cybersecurity element to it as well. And all those things we talk about in information technology, as well as servers and some other things that are escaping me at the moment. But IT, if you're that person again that everybody comes to fix or troubleshoot or provide technical support, then IT is probably the path for you. It's infrastructure support in a nutshell. And then we're going to move on to our full stack cloud developer program, and we're going to have Professor Warner come on and talk about full stack cloud developer, one that she's done a lot in developing. Professor Warner, tell us about that.
What? No better time to be in cloud development than now. No better time. We are covering the AWS cloud developer type. One of the certifications is the practitioner, which is where you would start. And then we're moving toward the associate solutions architect as well. One of the funnest places to work is in the console with AWS. Now, AWS is huge, so that is one platform that we're focusing on because they are kind of the leader right now. There's also Google Drive or Google platform of cloud. There's also Azure, Microsoft's version of cloud development. But cloud development is wonderful. It encompasses, if you want to take a big scoop, it encompasses the other two programs. You'll learn computer science. You'll learn about the IT background side of things. And then when you get to the cloud part of it, it is actually putting all of that knowledge into work in the cloud environment. Now, the cloud environment, when you think about the cloud environment, it is a server on the backside. There are machines on the backside running and virtual machines that are created and that kind of thing. When you're working with us through the AWS, because we have a partnership with them, you will actually be in the live console creating machines and developing them and creating security for those machines, determining the size of the machine. But comparatively, when you create or develop a machine physically and the time it takes to do it in the cloud, there's no comparison. 3 minutes, you can have or less than 3 minutes, you can have a machine, a server running in the cloud that you're developing and that you are using automatically. So it's a wonderful opportunity for students. And I'm gonna say, when I taught at the high school level for years, I had a great little guy that helped me with all the IT work that we had on campus. And he came to me one day and he said, I just don't know if I need to go into computer science or the computer field at all. And I said, why? I said, you need to go in your bent. And that's what I would recommend all students to do. Don't go away from the thing that seems easy. That is your direction. That is the place you should go. Today, he's working for, he's working for the FBI in investigations, but he's also all that computer knowledge. That's what he does cybersecurity for them. So you want to stay in your bent. So if you like computer things and you like fooling with computers, you like developing different types of machines or programs or any of that, come into the computer field. You'll figure it out. Either it's computer science, information tech, or the full stack cloud developer. And we're here to help you do that. We'll be glad to help you. We want you in a program that's going to make you happy and help you earn a living down the road. So make sure you come to our departments and check it out. We would love to have you on our campus, and the cloud environment is just one of the funnest places to play in the console and using those virtual machines and understanding the background of that, of how that's working. It also allows you to see that the cloud environment really for us, when you're tapping into it, is really a software side. So then the programming side is heavily involved, because really those cloud machines are developed by software. They're on the actual programming side. So it's kind of fun to see that combination there within this degree plan. So come on out and get involved with one of these degree plans. We'd love to have you on our campus.
Thank you, Professor Warner. It's obvious that you're on fire for what you teach, and we appreciate that. And I think you'll find that with all of our instructors in the School of Business and Tech. Certainly, we enjoy what we do, and we definitely want to see you succeed. And so, at any point in time, please, just reach out and when you're at LDCC, and have a conversation. We'd love to encourage you. Next up, speaking of encouragement, next up, I believe we'll have Professor Karen Toller, Program Director for the Business Office Administration, come on and talk about that, all of the different pathways you can take with BOA. Professor Toller.
Good morning, everybody. So it's really bright over here in Ruston. Actually, I'm at our new, beautiful Ruston campus, and my shade is broken. So that's why it's so bright over here. So I apologize for that. This is a 2-year associate degree program. It's 100% online. So that means that you can take these classes anywhere, at any location. And we have several different concentrations in this program. We have general office. And in that concentration, you take classes like Microsoft Word, Excel, and Outlook. Then we have the accounting concentration. You take classes such as payroll accounting, Microsoft Outlook, and then you also take the QuickBooks certification. The next concentration is medical office. You'll take classes such as insurance billing, medical office procedures, and terminology. And then the last concentration, this is actually a new concentration. It's legal office. Some of the classes include QuickBooks, Excel, and then legal terminology and legal transcription. So the next really exciting component about this associate degree program is you have some short certificate opportunities. The first one is human resources. This is a very popular certificate. You just take 4 extra classes and you can get this certificate. Some of the classes include training and development, recruiting and selecting, and personnel planning. The last certification opportunity, it's just 1 extra class, or excuse me, it's not the last, it's the second one. It's 1 extra class called mortgage documents. And after you complete this short certificate, you get a guaranteed interview with Chase Mortgage in Monroe. So that's very exciting. That's also a very popular certificate. The last certificate that we have is Bank Teller. It's just 1 extra class called Bank Teller. And we are excited to be partnering with Origin Bank in Ruston to work on our Bank Teller course to make it more workforce ready. So those are our certificate opportunities. And if you have any questions, please feel free to talk to me in the chat, and I can share my contact information with you and answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. I'm glad you said that, whether it's a direct message to Professor Toller in the chat, or if you just want to put your information out there for the general Zoom meeting, that'd be great. It can't be underestimated, Professor Toller. all of our pathways, we're trying to get your workforce ready. We're trying to give you access or the inside track to a job. But certainly in the business office administration program, the accounting concentration, I'm pointing out the human resources certificate, the mortgage document specialist certificate, the bank teller certificate. Those are all areas that seem to be gaining popularity as we continue along, and are just great pathways and entryways into the workforce, as I've seen firsthand from some of the graduates. So really fine job that you're doing managing the program, and we look forward to even better things to come. Did I miss anything? Did we miss anything? Professor Toller, any final thoughts?
And we have the new campus at our Ruston location. It is gorgeous. If anybody would like a tour, you can reach out with me on the chat and let me know, and I can get back with you. And you can come visit us if you're interested in any of the programs on our campus. In addition to business office administration, I would love to take you around the campus and show you our new facility.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Professor Toller. And now,
Thank you.
The latest addition, the newest addition to the School of Business and Technology. We're proud to welcome the barber styling program under our division or under our wing. Barber styling has been a few places, but I think it's found its permanent home with business and tech, and I think you'll see why. Professor Blackstock, are you there?
Yes. Good morning. I'd like to share a little bit about the barbering department. Yeah, we are in the business now. We are entrepreneurs. Most of us all own our own businesses. So if it's something that you're interested in owning your own business or being able to book your own hours, being able to you don't have a limit on how much you can make. It's just whatever you put into the business. So we do, we're over here on the West Monroe campus. We're the only location that we have at this moment for barbering. So you're more than welcome to come over and visit us at any time. So if you ever decided or ever thought about, I would like to do hair. I hear this all the time. I have people that come to me all the time and say, I really thought that I wanted to do hair. Or I wished I would have went and got my license to be able to do hair, because I guess all of us have hair. So we're all going to go to a shop or go somewhere to get our hair done. And so it's fun for us to be able to have people leave our businesses and say, I really feel good about ourselves. So it's rewarding to be able to have a job that you make people have the confidence and to feel good about themselves. So if that's interesting to you, then maybe being a barber or being in the beauty industry would be a good thing for you. To be able to do that, you have to have 1,500 clock hours, which means that you have to be in person in labs for those 1,500 clock hours. Also, you have 53 credit hours, and in that curriculum, you will be studying health sciences, because we are working on the human body. So we have to be able to understand the human body. So there's a little basic A&Ps, bacteriology, physiology. There's also some disorders, learning the disorders and treatments of the skin, hair, and nails. We also learn business, because we are business owners. We are entrepreneurs. That's how we ended up in the business tech department. So to be able to that, we're going to have to learn how to be able to run our businesses properly and be able to survive. So also there's some specialties. You'll also have to learn facialing, how to do the theory part of how to cut hair, how to do anything that we do in our business. So if those are things that you're interested in, then please come see me. We're here on the West Monroe campus. Also, if this is not something that you're interested in, we do haircuts for people out in the public. That helps our students get some experience. So for students that are LDCC students, we do haircuts for $1. Just bring your ID and we'll be glad to hook you up on a haircut get you looking good for whatever career that you're deciding you want to go into. We also do color. I know I get a question about that. Do we just strictly cut hair? No, we don't. We do everything that's in the industry. The only thing we cannot do is nails and extensive facialing. Now, once you complete the 1,500 clock hours and the 53 credit hours, you have to go take a state board exam. And once you pass the state board exam, you're licensed to go open your shop and build a great business. So we would gladly like to see you over here at West Monroe in our barber department. So if you got any questions, I'm here. Just reach out. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you so much, Tracy. You mentioned that this is an entrepreneurial pursuit. Most definitely it is. Where would we be without barbers and hairstylists? I mean, everybody would either be trying to cut the hair on their own, which I know for me probably isn't a good idea, or we would all just be looking kind of, shabby. But thank goodness for you and your program. And I'm excited now. What about for faculty and staff, right? So students can get a haircut or a style for $1, which is a song compared to the usual prices that are out there. What about for faculty and staff? Can we also come by and get our hair done?
Yes. We also extend that same discount to faculty and staff.
What about for high school students who might be on the call right now that we keep alluding to?
Sure. Now we do, for coloring and things like that, we do have a higher price, of course, to cover our costs, but just strictly haircuts, yes. For people that's out in the public that are not LDCC, it's $5. So it's still a low cost compared to going to the shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. And we're so appreciative of you, and the students do a great job. Everybody that comes out of that program, I know, is successful in one way or another. So thank you so much, Professor Blackstock, for your words.
Thank you.
All right. And I believe that covers the high points or the highlights of the School of Business and Technology and the programs therein. We are open now. It's about 10 minutes to the end. We're open to hear your thoughts, or if you have any questions, please, you can come off mute and ask a question directly, or you can put your question in the chat. If anybody's monitoring the chat, you certainly you can speak up and say what's in the chat. I saw one already that said something to the effect of, can we have a tour of the Ruston campus? So that's good. Karen, I'm sure you're going to follow up on that. But are there any questions or thoughts on anything that you saw today?
Somebody was asking if anybody would be, Madison wanted to know if anybody would be open to doing job shadowing.
All right, we had to mute. Yes, okay, we had to mute Madison, I believe. So you said there was some job shadowing? A question about job shadowing?
I got a question.
Oh, go for it.
Just it. Do you all do job shadowing for barbers?
That's a good question. Professor Blackstock, what do you think? Thank you.
At this moment, they're not allowing us to job shadow in the shops. We're trying to work on that. So at the moment, we're not able to.
There's I'm sure some state regulations and some legal reasons for that. So, but yeah, it's not, I'm sure you would, I remember having that conversation. You want to do that. You want to be able to do that.
Yes.
But right now it's not allowable. I understand. Okay. Good question though. Thank you. Thank you for the participation. Any other schools or anyone else have any questions? Anybody in the student commons area have a question? Can you get some money? If you come to our programs, you likely will be successful and get some money. That's a good question, though. I appreciate that. So in the student commons area, they're asking, how do I make money? My answer would always be, because I'm supposed to sell business and tech programs, it's always going to be just come on down and get educated by us. Any other questions?
There was a question from Alicia. She wants to know how you add a concentration to the business tech degree. So maybe like human resources or something like that. Like, how do you add a concentration? to your degree?
To now, so of course in the business, good question. In the business office administration program, the concentrations, you just declare them whenever you start. If you see that you want to cross-pollinate between a business and tech degree, there is an Associate of Applied Science in Business and Tech, and you want to take classes that are outside of that degree program, you certainly can. There are certificate opportunities like Human Resources where you just add on. So you just add on to whatever's required in the associate degree that you chose. You just add on to get that certificate. It could be really any degree. It could be general studies with a concentration in business. All you have to do is just look at what's required for Human Resources, mortgage documents, bank teller, and just take those classes as well. You just add those classes. No problem. Looks like we may have another question from Madison Middle. We're waiting for you to unmute. Okay, maybe not. I saw faces. All right. Any other questions? Anybody interested in the technology space, IT or computer science or cloud development? And if so, do you have any questions about that?
Well, I think that student put his question in the chat. He
Oh,
asked,
excellent.
he said, why do you guys only charge $1 for a haircut? Because I know that's super cheap.
I think he's
That
trying to
it
set
is.
us up for what's your response though?
Well, this gives our students the opportunity to get some experience, and also it gives you a cheap haircut. So we're glad for you to come out anytime to come get that.
Now, definitely, as your barbering students are learning, right? They're learning on our hair, on live subjects, which is a benefit to them for sure. And cutting all types of different hair is going to only make them better.
Exactly.
But what, Professor Blackstock, how much training does a person or a student get before you let them go and take a stab at try cutting live hair, live human hair?
Yes, that's not a good word.
No. How much time? How many clock hours do you normally get before they do an actual human subject?
We usually let them go through the first semester, and if they're showing promise by the end of that first semester, then we let them go ahead and try. Now, I do have some students that have had prior experience that I know a lot of y'all cut at home. So a lot of them just jump in and go for it and usually do a pretty good job. So it just depends on the person and basically if they're ready to go, but usually at the end of the first semester.
I had another question for you too. STEM Magnet Academy. What's the average salary of a barber stylist?
Well, I would say starting out would be anywhere from 20 to 25,000 a year, but that's just starting out. You can go up as high as in the millions, depending on what you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. So you got to understand you're building a business. So, if you build a good business and you have a good clientele, then you can make you can make some good money. I've worked with people that make millions a year.
Wow. I didn't know you can make that much. It sounds like you have to own a chain of styling locations, or maybe you have a product to sell that gets you that kind of popularity. Is that, or maybe who are they working for, or where are they working?
They were working for themselves and they were doing this on their own.
Wow.
But I mean, they had assistants where they can, double up and do several people an hour. But I mean, we can make anywhere from 100 to 150 an hour.
All right.
Or more.
Julie, since you're monitoring the chat, is there anything else that popped in?
Nothing else on here, but I do want to say that I went through a program like Tracy's in high school through a program, regional occupational program, and got my license. And you, like she said, can make money. It's all about your commitment. What do you want? If you're good and people like you, they're going to keep coming back to you. It's like when you get a really good haircut, you're going to keep coming back to that person. If somebody doesn't really care so much and you don't have a good experience, then you're not going to go back. So it is all what you can make it. You have to have that customer service. You have to have all of that. And that's what they teach you. And that's why, I mean, your limits are way up there for that program and all the others here too. I think that's great.
Yeah, certainly. Every time we do a showcase that is specific to the School of Business and Technology and all the programs within, I tend to learn something just like the general audience learns, I'm learning as well. So I appreciate all the faculty for coming on and taking part. If there are no other questions, we can end a little early. But again, thank you for the participation and job well done, both by the faculty and for the student body who asked questions. Thank you. Julie, any last thoughts?
No, just thank you so much, everybody. The School of Business and Technology is amazing. And anybody that is considering coming and touring the college, any of the colleges we have, come out and talk to them and come see them and make sure that you talk to everybody and understand the programs. It's great. And you can make really good money going through these programs. So we would love to have you come see us and come back.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to wrap it up. If you're tuning back in at 11 a.m., we are going to have Origin Bank come on, and Origin is going to talk about opportunities for success and careers at their bank. They have been growing really rapidly, and so join us at 11 a.m. to see Origin. And with that,
And
thank you. Mm-hmm.
One other thing, Miss Diane, did you want to say something? I'm so sorry. Diane Madden.
No, I think it was great this morning. I appreciate you all sharing this opportunities with the kids in the school, in our Gear Up schools. I'm at Louisiana Tech University, and I think this is a great opportunity for you all. So thanks again for allowing us to be part of this.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we're going to end it. Y'all have a good one. We'll see you at 11 o'clock.
And you'll kind of start things off and.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We'll start in just a few minutes, and then what we'll do is basically do introductions, and then I'm gonna turn it over. When I do some introductions, I'm gonna turn it over to Ryan. You guys are going to be coming to our on-campus events as well. That's going to be great. Really kind of get you introduced to our community campuses and students and, all of that. So I think it's going to be great.
All right, we're live. We're ready
Thought
for you.
about it.
Julie, we're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Should we wait about 2 more minutes? Maybe 11:02? We'll just get started, or do you want to go ahead and start? It's up to you.
I say
give
let's
it-
do it. We're live streaming. We're ready.
Okay, and I need to ask this question. Are you guys okay if I were to record this? Are you okay with that? Everybody?
If I stumble on my words, just edit that section, okay? Edit that out.
We had a couple technical difficulties yesterday and some things, but it went good. All right. So I'm about to hit record, and then you'll hear it say that, and then we'll get started.
Recording in progress.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Julie Salter, and I am the Career and Job Placement Coordinator here at Louisiana Delta Community College. And this week, we are partnering with the School of Business and Technology and doing some wonderful things for our students, and also with the Gear Up program. So I do want to quickly thank the Louisiana Gear Up partners we have, which are the Louisiana Tech College of Education, Louisiana Tech SciTech, LOSPA, Gear Up, and then the Board of Regents and LOSPA. We really appreciate you taking the time to invite the schools to these events and participating so that people can get excited about career pathways and employers that we have here in Louisiana for them. So thank you for that. And I will turn the time over to Ryan.
Got to make sure I'm off mute. Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate you, Julie, for helping to orchestrate this. We appreciate Origin Bank coming on. Appreciate the Gear Up program. Appreciate the LDCC students tuning in as well. We even have some in the student comments area where we're also broadcasting this right now, so hopefully they can get something out of it. Origin Bank, it is your presentation, though, and we can't wait to hear about what you have to say, all the opportunities that are at Origin. I also want to give a special thank you to Origin because we're currently partnering with them to build out our bank teller certificate program, and we just can't thank you enough for your diligence and attention to detail as we work together to build the very best bank teller and customer representative program that I think anybody's ever seen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Juliet and Tonya and the team, and let Origin take over. And I look forward to a good session.
All right. Well, thank you, Ryan. We're very excited to be here this morning. We appreciate everybody's that's on the call and everyone's interest to learn more about Origin Bank. I'm Juliet Bishop. I'm the Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Relations for Origin Bank. I've been here 13 years, and I'm joined by two members of my team, Tonya Duggan.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
She is also in the Talent Acquisition department as an HR generalist. And then I also have Elise Reed. Hey. She is our Talent Acquisition Coordinator. So I just wanted to take a few minutes just to kind of share a little information about Origin Bank if you're not already familiar with our company. We have been around since 1912. We started as the Bank of Shudrint in the little old town or village of Shudrint, and we have grown tremendously since then. We are knocking at the door of 1,000 employees, and we are pushing $10 billion in assets. So we have grown tremendously over the last decade and certainly over the past 100 years. Our mission here at Origin Bank is to passionately pursue ways to make banking and insurance more rewarding for our employees, customers, communities, and shareholders. Those are the four segments of our business. We are extremely active in the community. You've probably seen our name in everywhere you look in our communities because we do give back to our communities, and we encourage our employees to volunteer, work with United Way and other organizations in the area. We are in the relationship building business. So we feel like building strong, relationships with our customers is what drives our success. We are currently rated the third best bank to work for by the American Bankers Association. So we are extremely proud of that. That's just a lot of hard work, dedication, and passion that our employees have about, this company. And it just shows in everything that we do. Our vision is to combine the power of trusted advisors with innovative technology to build unwavering loyalty by connecting people to their dreams. And I am extremely fortunate for the position that me and my team are in because we are in positions to be trusted advisors, and we really enjoy connecting people to their dreams. And that's kind of why we are here today, to just get the word out to all the students to help them, understand more about what they would like to do, what kind of career paths they would like to have, and how maybe Origin can help align, your goals with ours as well. We have many career paths in banking. Not all positions require a business degree. So if you feel like if you don't have enough training or enough education, there's no way I could work in banking. Well, that's not so. Our minimum requirement is a high school education or the equivalent, which would be a GED. We also have positions, of course, that would require an associate's or a bachelor's degree or further, just depending on what position it is. But the entry-level positions we're very fortunate actually in the area that we're sitting in North Central Louisiana, because we have our entire operations, bank operations group here in the Ruston, Monroe, West Monroe area. And there are a ton of entry-level positions in the operations. And so that's kind of just what we call the back support positions, with kind of the behind the scenes things that go on that you may not see as you interact with our trusted advisors, face to face when you go into a location. But we also have entry-level positions in those customer-facing positions as well. So whether you currently bank with us or not, I'm sure you're banking somewhere because we all earn money and we all need to have some place to house our money. And so when you interact with those employees at a bank, those are our customer-facing positions, and the majority of those, don't require much more than a high school diploma, because we offer a lot of on-the-job training. And I'll just kind of pause there to see if anybody has any questions, or if anyone else on my team wants to pipe in or add anything else that maybe I didn't think of or hadn't covered yet.
There's no questions. I'll chime in. My name is Tonya Duggan, and as Juliet mentioned, I work in talent acquisition, and I just want to say we're excited to be working with Louisiana Delta and looking at the type of bank courses and certificate that's available. And most of what I do here in HR is working in talent acquisition. We screen candidates for our jobs, and so there's several things that we do look for in candidates. Just a few examples are an eagerness to learn and possessing the qualities to be, as Juliet mentioned, a trusted advisor, integrity, things like that. And we enjoy what we do, and like we said, we do connect people to their dreams, and part of that process is getting to know you up front as a candidate, find out what your goals are, and see if banking is a career that you'd be interested in, and help you through that process.
I'll also just chime in really quick. One really cool thing about Origin Bank is that there are so many departments, like Juliet mentioned. One great thing is we love to promote from within. So if you start your career off in an entry-level position, you can definitely gain a lot of knowledge and experience, even if it's customer-facing. As what we call a teller, we call them relationship bankers, because like Juliet mentioned, we are in the relationship making business. So I started here as a relationship banker, and I really enjoyed it. I gained a lot of knowledge about banking that I did not know coming out of college, and I went into credit risk management, which had to do with loans on the backside of it, and then also from there came into HR. So just to say, if you start in a position, you can learn a lot just on the job, where you can, move into any department that you want in the bank. And we're so large that you can really find anything that you want to do here. That's correct. We have a lot of upward mobility and lateral moves too. So we have over 400 different positions within the bank. So the possibilities are endless. And most people that get into banking really enjoy it and make a career out of banking. Rarely do I see people leave banking for other careers. If they do, it's because we were able to help them and prepare them for their ultimate dream job. Whether that is working with, just something outside of banking. A lot of people have dream jobs that they think they're not able to realize, and so they just settle into a role. But we offer a dream manager program here at Origin Bank that allows people, to reach their dreams, whatever that may be. And it's really nice, to work with employees and watch them bloom and grow. And, if they decide to, leave Origin Bank, then we know that we've retained them as a customer as well. But it's a really great program. We've got a lot of additional programs that we can offer employees. We also offer Smart Dollar because we do promote and encourage financial wellness for all of our employees and our customers, because living in financial freedom helps everyone succeed. It lifts a daily burden off of employees and customers, so they don't have to worry about how they're going to pay their bills or make a loan or anything. We really work with our employees and our customers to strive for their financial goals as well. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask us, or is there anything that they would like to know more about Origin Bank?
Hey, I'll chime in for just a second. So, you talked about being a trusted advisor to the clientele that you serve. How does Origin go about building trust with their clientele? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Well, first and foremost, it's just building relationships. Just like you would with any personal relationship that you have to gain that trust in the individual to make sure that they feel confident that you can provide the tools and the resource, the knowledge, and the advice that they need to make good, sound decisions. One thing we don't ever want to compromise is our trust or integrity. Because, being in banking, it's very sensitive. You're dealing with people's money, and we all work very, very hard for the money that we earn, and we want to make sure that the employees that we have in front of the customers are able to offer sound advice and can trust them with no matter what it is. We have a lot of customers that come in and, honestly, after they build that relationship, they'll come in and they'll just open up to our bankers and get very personal with them and, seek advice and things. And we're just very fortunate that we're able to build those relationships with customers. And I think they're looking for somebody that they can go to that has the expertise and the knowledge in the areas that they're needing assistance in.
You were talking about, or you started hinting at what you're looking for. Tonya, I think as talent acquisition, you were talking about, what you're looking for in a potential employee. And we talked about some qualifications like high school diploma, maybe a little bit more than that. You have an in-house training program, but talk about some of the essential skills that you're looking for from a potential hire, some skills that maybe set one person apart from another, maybe some that we take for granted that would help anyone who's wanting to get in the business to, they need to work on those now so that they can be successful in the banking business. That could be anybody.
I'll address. Yes, sure. So as I mentioned earlier, some personal attributes that we always look for, but customer service skills are extremely important when you're working in banking and able to build those relationships. We love to see that as well. Of course, good computer skills are a plus as well. Good communication and computer skills.
All right.
And I'd like to add to that. I mean, I think just, if you have a passion to serve and help others, banking is a great career for that because, like I said, back to the trusted advisors, that's what you're doing is, you're helping your employees develop, your coworkers, you're helping your customers, and therefore it helps your communities. So if you have a passion to serve, then banking would be a good career for you as well.
I like that, a passion to serve. We always talk about helping people, but it seems that in the banking industry, those that are in that industry can be of great help. I'm sure everybody, lots on this call have personal stories about, how their banker has helped them. Besides bank telling, I mean, are there loans and what other functions does a bank serve that maybe the folks on this call may or may not be aware of? What functions does Origin serve besides just the handling of cash and whatnot?
Okay, well, we'll start with the location. So if you walk into the location, not only do you have the tellers, the ones that are paying and receiving, we call those relationship bankers. That's kind of the traditional teller, but we've gotten away from just a traditional teller because we are grooming our employees, cross-training our employees to be more trusted advisors, meaning that they can do more than just cash your check or make your deposit. They can open an account. They can order your debit card or credit card. They could key in loans. Relationship bankers have a career path where they can get into management, which would be for a banking center manager. They can also kind of move over into the commercial lending side. You've got commercial loan assistants that help those lenders gather the information they need to prepare, a loan to send it to, quote, operation side, which is, loan administration, where they process the loans and they make sure that we have all the required documentation to then send to underwriters. So all of these jobs that I'm mentioning are career paths and opportunities that you could have. We have underwriters that write the terms and conditions on the loans, whether it be commercial loans, your consumer loans, mortgage loans. In operations, based on what is going on in that banking center, there's behind the scene work that has to take place. Like when a teller or a relationship banker opens an account, somebody in operations has to make sure that they have all the proper signature cards, make sure that the GL accounts balance every day, know how much, cash is needed. We have to order cash to make sure we have enough cash on hand in all of our centers, to serve our customers. We have risk management. We have operational risk. Of course, you have your traditional departments like treasury, finance, accounting, human resources.
So wow, that's a lot. I mean, way more than what meets the eye.
It's even more. And then there's just many jobs within those departments. So.
Interesting. So it's a full-fledged business and all the different things, IT, everything is involved, accounting, like
that's
you said,
right,
operations, all that stuff. You need managers, you need leaders. So that's good. So basically you're saying that there's a pathway, and it doesn't have to be just one pathway. It could be a multitude of pathways that individuals can take to be a part of the team, which is really good to hear. I'm going to stop asking questions and give somebody else a chance. Anybody else? Please chime in. Don't let me dominate the conversation.
No, but I do want to say that I love that you are working with Delta Community College to kind of help them with a curriculum for, what we know as a bank teller, but it's really the relationship banker, as you're calling it, because when you throw that word in there, it makes you feel a little bit more comfortable with the person you're dealing with, because you feel like they're building trust with you. They're building a relationship with you. They want you to be a part of where they're at. And to me, I think that's so smart and so awesome. And I love that. And so you guys just coming and saying, I want to be a part of Delta and help you guys come up with something where students can make a living wage. It's just so amazing. We love that and appreciate you so much. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, thank you.
So,
Appreciate that.
yeah, and thank you definitely, Julie. How much teamwork is involved at a bank?
A lot of teamwork, and we encourage teamwork. We collaborate with everyone. I mean, there's a lot of collaboration, um, not just within your own department, but even cross departmental. You know, we always have projects going on within the bank, and we're always, bringing in, key stakeholders from other areas. So, I mean, on a daily basis, I'm working with, the project management team. I'm working with someone in IT or finance or accounting, or even on the front lines. I'm working with our chief retail officer to make sure that every department has the tools and the resources necessary, not only for employees to perform their job, but to make sure that we're able, to make good business decisions. So that's what we expect is collaboration and teamwork. Now we do have positions that obviously if you do a lot of maybe work on your own, but at some point you're always going to be you will always be part of the team and will expect collaboration from others. So there's no I in team.
Right, exactly. I think I had one more burning question, and again, please, those that are on the line, if you don't feel comfortable enough to unmute, you can certainly put your question in the chat, or you can unmute if you like. But what you said that Origin's the third best bank to work for. Is that what you said earlier? In the nation?
That's correct. We were voted the third best bank to work for by the American Bankers Association. And everyone's probably asking, well, how do you get voted for that? The employees, we voted for that. Our employees are the ones that responded to the survey. And out of all the other banks participating, we were voted the third best bank. And we're striving to go to number one. We want to be the
so my question
bank.
then is, what makes Origin a great place to work? Since you're sales pitching Origin right now, why would I want to be a member of the team?
Because we take pride in what we do at Origin Bank. I mean, I know any company will tell you that they have the best people, they have the best culture, but we also know how to measure that culture. We do quarterly glance surveys. We listen to our employees' feedback. We respect each other. That's one of our core values is respect for self and others. When you come here, you don't feel like you're really you're in a job. I mean, you're coming to work with your work family. We all pull together and pitch in and help each other out. It's amazing how quickly our employees can come together, when something's going on. Like right now, we've probably all heard about the situation that's going on in Jackson, Mississippi with their city water system. All of our employees have come together extremely well. They're just willing to donate and give and contribute and help each other out. We've donated dozens of bottles of water to help our, the citizens in Jackson, Mississippi. We came together and raised $100,000 just in North Louisiana to help during Hurricane Harvey. Because, we do have locations in Houston, and it affected a lot of our employees and, of course, other, citizens of Houston. But we're like a family, and we treat each other with respect. And it's, sometimes it can be very hard to describe, but we are very proud of the company and the culture that we have built here.
I'll also add that, we talked about we have relationship bankers to build relationships with our customers, but I would definitely say that we also build relationships. One of the four things that we build relationships with is employees. So our executive management invests in us as employees just as much as we invest into customers. So they offer lots of programs. Juliet mentioned one being the Dream Manager program, where it's totally confidential. It's free. I have a Dream Manager mentor person that I can go and talk about any personal topic that I have a dream about, and they will help me, give me the steps to like make that happen. We also have a lot of wellness initiatives where we have a free personal coach where if you have a wellness goal, you can go meet with him, talk with him, and he will give you a achievable step-by-step plan that's personalized to you. Like Julie had mentioned, we have the Glint surveys. One thing that actually came out of our last Glint survey was a lot of our bankers were saying, you know, like inflation has been really hard on me, and they gave us all a raise. So they really do care about you and invest in you. And it's a lot different than other companies.
That's really good to hear. Sounds like you guys are really taking care of the employee, which is, I think, number one. Taking care of each other and taking care of, the people that make everything function. Putting those people first is always important. So thank you for that insight, Elise. Really appreciate
I would
that.
encourage everyone, if you haven't done so, to go to our website. It talks a lot about our story and our culture, and provides a lot of information about how we've grown. But it does, you'll see our culture, and it's very genuine. And as we put on our website, and I encourage everyone to just to look that up when you have an opportunity.
All right. Any additional thoughts, questions, comments for the Origin Bank team?
Just one more, Ryan, from me. I just want to know, so if a student is coming out of high school and they're wanting to come work with you, we're always telling them, listen, you need to volunteer. You need to have like something you can put on your resume that makes you stand out. What are your thoughts on that? What would make somebody that doesn't have work experience stand out from some of the others to give them a chance?
Oh, well, definitely. I mean, if they volunteer and they do work in the community, that's great things to put on your resume. I mean, it just shows that maybe if you don't currently have a job, it shows how you're best, spending your time. Not everybody, can do that based on their work experience or their work-life balance and their schedule, but volunteering is a great way, some great things to put on the resume for certain. It's not always what your work experience is, but what we look for too is a person's character. Your character is more important than what you actually know, because we can teach you the job, but I can't teach you, the values that we look for in others, like the trust and integrity and respect. So anything that would show, your personal character definitely would put you a step above some of the others.
I love that you said that, because often employers come to us and they'll tell us that the soft skills are really what, somebody could have no qualification, but have that communication, be trustworthy, have those soft skills that are needed, and they're going to give them a chance. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there for those on the call that maybe are going into the workforce, that maybe haven't worked, that personal character is a huge, huge thing.
Absolutely.
And I would add to that as well, any clubs or organizations that students can be involved in are always a plus as well. A lot of those organizations teach you some of those qualities too.
That's an interesting point. Clubs and organizations, doing extracurriculars, doing more than what is required or what the standard is, sets you apart as well. I like that. Yeah, thank you, Tonya. All right. Any other thoughts from our participants on the call? Good, Julie.
No, they're quiet, but I think it's just because you guys did such an amazing job. I love that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having us. We really appreciate the time to get in front of you and the students. And if anyone ever has any questions or are interested in seeking a career with Origin Bank, I encourage you to go to our website, check out our positions. Also, feel free, to email us. I'm jbishop@origin.bank. I'm sure Julie or Ryan could send everyone, anybody that has any questions later, our email address and how to get in touch with us. We'd love to just chat with you and just try to help you determine if you feel like banking is a career path for you. And if not, we could maybe give you some advice or some tools and resources to help you figure that out.
Juliet, one more question. Are you right now actively recruiting for certain positions? And if so, should we expect to see you at LDCC or at some of the high schools in the area of, trying to grab top talent?
Absolutely. We've registered for some of the upcoming fairs that are approaching at each campus. So we'll be there in the next couple of weeks. We are working, to reach out to the local high school students as well. So we will definitely be out and about looking for great talent. And then we're on social media as well. So reach out to us that way. There's multiple ways that you can find us and reach out to us.
All right. Well, I think with that, we can, I think we've heard a lot of great information. So thank you, Juliet and Tonya and Elise, for being on the call. And we'll conclude this session. Thank you, everybody who joined us, and join us at 1:00 for the next one.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Recording stopped.
Dang.
With FedEx as part of our Career and Technology Business Expo. We are grateful to have them here. I want to welcome everybody today, and I want to do a few just quick shout out and thank yous to some people that are sponsors for this as well, and that is the College of Education at Louisiana Tech and their SciTech program, as well as LASFA and the Board of Regents in Louisiana, who are part of the Gear Up program, just trying to help people get excited about career pathways and things that they can do and, you know, get a good wage and good living with. So with that being said, I'm going to turn the time over to Ryan Pierce.
Hey, thanks so much, Julie. We appreciate you for, of course, always being instrumental in putting on these showcases, the Business and Technology Career Expo. We're at day 2. And again, reminding everybody that not only do we have this going on the Zoom, but also that you might see some QR codes around on the Monroe campus if you want to tune into the live stream, as well as we're in the student comments area. So definitely excited to have everybody here, and of course our Gear partners in Louisiana Tech as well. That's all I have to say. You know, this has been a great week so far. We look forward to more. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bishop so she can talk about FedEx Freight Careers. Ms. Bishop, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. Well, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself first. I am the talent acquisition specialist. That's a fancy name for a recruiter. It's my responsibility to find qualified candidates for vacant positions in my district, as well as individuals in my district that are interested in positions available across the United States for FedEx Freight. So enough about me. Let me tell you a little bit about FedEx Freight. Well, to tell you about FedEx Freight, I first have to tell you about FedEx. That's our brand. FedEx is the mother corporation, which has 4 independent operating companies. Freight, the company I work for. Express, which is like the Air Express, airplane aviation. Ground, which is more of a small package handler, goods. And then services, which has the off branches of FedEx Office and FedEx Logistics. So as you can see, a more connected world means more opportunities. That's why customers count on our diverse portfolio of transportation, e-commerce, and business solutions, our air, ground, and sea networks, which lead more than 99% of the world's GDP. Now, FedEx is made up of individual operating companies working together for the greater good. Now, if that was not enough, let me show you what makes FedEx the best. It's our culture. And what makes our culture thrive? Our core values. The first thing we do is we take care of each other. This means putting safety above all, making safety a place, a habit, and a mindset, bringing our whole selves to work. We value our differences and believe every voice counts. Second, we commit to do good by making connections, seeking ways to protect our planet, doing the right things the right way, by helping our communities thrive. Third, we own outstanding, making every experience matter, simplify, work smarter for our customers, find ways to stand out from the crowd, being fast, flexible, and focused. Fourth, we commit to drive business results. We each know how our roles support the company, so we deliver results aligned to our strategy, invest wisely to drive profit and create value for our shareholders. And lastly, we create what's next. This means we have to anticipate the future, stay curious, act now to stay ahead, and provide a path to growth for everyone. We'll just take a quick glance at FedEx Freight and what makes it all together. We have 155 shops across the U.S., 370 service centers, 30,000 motorized vehicles, 44,000 team members, 100,000 daily average shipments, and 7.1 billion FY20 revenue. This just gives you an overview of what freight provides for the entire enterprise. In addition, FedEx has all points of coverage throughout the continuous U.S. with extensive coverage in Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Canada, and Mexico. Also, FedEx Freight Priority has the fastest published transit times of any nationwide, less than truckload LTL. Something else that makes FedEx great is our benefits. Medical insurance, vision insurance, dental, paid time off, short-term, long-term disability opportunities, retirement savings, tuition reimbursement, and a stock purchase plan as well. FedEx Freight benefits are top-notch. So let's talk about a little bit about the people that work at FedEx Freight. Our team members are vital to our success. We empower them to create the innovative solutions our customers depend on, support the communities where we operate, and help FedEx work smarter and more sustainably. No matter where you look, our priority is a safe, inclusive, and rewarding employee environment. What makes up those employees? We have city drivers, road drivers, driver apprentices, freight handlers, technicians, which is diesel mechanics, supervisors, managers, variety of management positions, service center support, which is a more of office positions. And then also we have corporate, human resources, communications, safety, internships, which we'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute, operations research, and finance positions. These all are what makes FedEx Freight and keeps them going daily. So anything's possible. Maybe you're going to school right now and you just want a part-time job. You want to start as a part-time freight handler. You could start with that, and then maybe, you decide you want to drive. So we'll teach you. We have a driver apprentice program where we'll train you to get your CDL. And once you graduate the program, you automatically become one of our drivers. Or perhaps you might do a service center support. We have part-time positions in that sometimes. Or if you get into being a freight handler and you like the day-to-day operations, maybe you want to move into management, do a supervisor of operations or do a operations manager and just work your way up. We have service center managers over service centers, just like the one I'm currently out of in Houston, that started as part-time freight handlers and are service center managers today, just by working their way up through FedEx. FedEx Freight strongly believes from hiring from within. So any position you take, whether it be the ideal position you want today, but there's a position you want tomorrow, you can get there. You just have to begin. I'm gonna give you a little detail about some of the operation positions. Excuse me. The freight handler, pretty much that's just driving a forklift, picking up pallets of freight, loading the freight into the trucks and off the trucks, making sure everything gets moved to the right position and it doesn't get damaged in the process. Service center support, as I mentioned, is an office position, working with customers over the phone. Road driver, that's pretty much just picking up a trailer at one location, taking it to another location, picking up a trailer and bringing it back. City driver, you pick up and deliver freight between service centers and customers. And they really support the selling process too. Driver apprentice, as I mentioned earlier. And then the technician, which is very important because we have to timely and quality and cost-effective repair and maintenance for the vehicle fleet, including tractors, trailers, forklifts, and other equipment. So that is a very important position we are always trying to fill. So let's talk about how you apply. There's a couple of different ways. You can go to text FXF to 33011. The code is FXF. You send that to 3301111. Sorry about that. And then you can also apply from your computer at careers.fedex.com/freight. Now, I mentioned internships for any of you majors that are looking for something in industrial engineering, supply chain, or an analysis, or anything of those natures. We are going to have internships available the first week of October. So you want to go to our career site the first week of October and just type in intern. And this will pull up whatever internships we have available. They vary every year. It just depends on the manager's needs. So you'll just have to look on there and see which one fits for you. If you need any assistance, I will make sure that I put in the chat, there's a chat here, my contact information so that you can contact me. And if you need any assistance in applying or you can't find something you're looking for. So let's just open it up to questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I'll go, Angela. Normally when people think of FedEx, they're thinking like drivers and things like that. So I love that you said that there's opportunities in finance and speak a little bit about like the business type positions, because the internships you talked about, that sounded awesome. You said analyst, or what did you say? I was trying to write it down.
There's a wide variety of positions. I mean, we have like scientist positions, engineering scientist positions. We have various analyst positions, whether it be operation analysts or engineering analysts, HR analysts. I mean, we have a lot of those kinds of positions available. As I said, I'm not sure what interns will be available. All you have to do is go in and type in your major into the website in the keyword, and it'll pull up any positions that we're currently have available in the US. So you can give you a better idea of something you may want to start looking for in your area sometime.
That's really helpful. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Anybody else? I must have been too thorough.
Well, it certainly sounds exciting, all the opportunities that you listed in front of us. And you point us to the website as well. Can you tell us one more time how to get there?
Sure, hang on.
Or are you going to share your screen and the
I'm
website?
going to share my screen. Give me just a minute. Okay, let me get.
In the meantime, I'll just address the students that are on here and just let you know that the reason why we bring these opportunities to you is because you think about going to work and you know where you want to work in career pathways. Sometimes you may not necessarily know all the different career pathways that are within an organization. Most of them need, you know, various positions like business analysts and IT, you know, different things that you never thought about before that you could do with a company. Now, I happen to know FedEx is a very good company to work for because half my family, and I come from a family with 8 brothers and sisters, worked for them and loved it. So that's just something to think about. It's a good company culture environment. And so, you know, think about that when you're researching jobs too.
What's it showing right now? Does it say join FedEx Freight?
It does.
Awesome. Okay. So this is where you'd go, careers.fedex.com/freight. Type in, let's do finance. And we'll just see what we get. There's currently 3 different positions available. One's in Memphis, the other 2 in a couple of multiple different locations. An advisor, a senior analyst, an executive advisor. To see what exactly the position includes, just click on the name of it, and it'll tell you what it all consists of, what the qualifications is. Here's a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience in finance, and strong analytical thinking, critical thinking skills. So there's positions across the U.S. are definitely available for you at FedEx Freight. You can also, you know, just learn a little bit more about some of our benefits on this site. I know I ran through them quickly. There's the health benefits, career development opportunities, financial, work-life balance, which is very important for FedEx Freight. Some of the different programs we have, the paid personal sick time off, that type of thing.
And thank you for that. I saw someone come off mute on the Zoom. I think the name is Dana. Dana, did you have a question?
No, I was just trying to sign in. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, thank you. Anyone from the Zoom have any questions?
What is the age at where they can become interns or work with your company?
Juniors, juniors, seniors, and graduate students for the internships. Now, for the freight handler positions and the service center support positions, 18 years old. For the driving positions, 21 years old.
Do they need to have a CDL, or is that something that they can get certified when they come and work for you?
It's better if they have a CDL before they come to work for us, but if they want to come to work as a part-time freight handler to start with, and then when a driver apprentice opens, move into one of the training positions, they could. A lot of times, as I mentioned in my presentation, we hire from within. So the part-time freight handlers get posted a lot more than the freight handler positions, because those part-time people move to their full-time positions. The same thing with the driver apprentice program. The driver apprentice program hardly ever gets posted externally, because there's part-time freight handlers or other positions that want to move into that driving role. And so we make it available to employees first.
Question I had, is it highly competitive to get an internship or to get on with FedEx even as a part-time or full-time employee? And then if it is, what are some of the ways that people can stand out so that amongst the rest of the crowd?
Very good question. Very good question. Yes, even as a part-time freight handler, yes, it's vitally competitive. What you want to do first of all is, whenever you find a position that you want to be considered for, you want to flag it so that it automatically tells you when a new one comes in, so you can apply for it first. Because the first one in is the first one that gets looked at. So like with our part-time freight handlers, sometimes it might take you 2 or 3 times before you get an interview, because there could be 100 people in there for 3 or 4, sometimes 10 positions. But so you want to be one of those first 20 to get into the, and that goes the same thing for the internship. You want to start looking for those intern positions the first day of the first week of October, because as soon as they come in, I was at Texas A&M last week, and I stood for 3 hours, 2 nights in a row with a nonstop of 8 to 10 people in front of my table about internships. And it was nonstop. They were all interested in FedEx Freight. So FedEx Freight is definitely a great place to get your career started, and to keep your career. I mean, because there's just endless things, even across the world, through the corporation you could eventually go to.
That sounds great. You know, another question I was just thinking of, with the work, people, you know, there are folks that want flexibility in their work, and working from home, of course, is very popular. You know, if I have young children, or, you know, I'm just in a place where I need to do things remotely, is that an option with FedEx Freight? And if so, what are the opportunities there?
Well, they're a lot more flexible than they used to be since the pandemic, for sure. But I don't think there's any positions currently that strictly work from home. But there is the flexibility to work from home when you need to. Especially those positions would be, well, like my position, talent acquisition specialist, you know, anything that's salary or above.
Okay. Thank you.
And I wanted to mention also, another way to get ahead in a rec is, if you already know somebody that works at FedEx Freight, if you can get them to put in a referral for you, that automatically jumps you up to the top. So if you know somebody already working at FedEx Freight and you find a position you're interested in, definitely have them submit a referral. If they don't know how to do it themselves, they can go to their manager and they'll assist them.
So we have a FedEx Freight that's like right down the road from us.
Yes, you
as
do.
you know. What would you suggest if a student wanted to come work for you? Would you say yay or nay to going down there and asking them to talk to a manager just to find out like what the work culture there is like, and just tell them they're interested in a career? Would you say do that or no?
Well, it's definitely good to get your name in, you know. One thing is that because we are a government contractor, our hiring practices have to go a certain way. So the only way, we have to look at the first person that enters into a rec, consider them before the second person or third person or the 10th person. You know, we have to work our way down through there. So it's always good. And one thing about FedEx Freight Monroe is they have such a good network right now of employees. They haven't had very many vacancies recently, which is good for them, but not a lot of opportunity for part-time people right now.
That is a good thing though. Tells you it's a good company culture and work culture. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anybody else out there that has a question for Ms. Bishop? Thoughts on FedEx Freight? And feel free to put things in the chat as well. That's perfectly fine.
That's right. I was going to put my contact information in there for anybody.
All right. Well, I don't see anything popping up, and I don't see anybody jumping off mute. So unless you have anything else, Ms. Bishop or Julie, you know, we can certainly wrap it up. I don't want to end prematurely, but definitely don't want to keep folks on that if we're at a stopping point. So
if you have any questions after the fact from any of the students, feel free to reach out.
There was one question, Darren. I think you probably answered it a little bit, but he wanted to know what the requirements were if you were to secure a work from home position. And then Lisa was asking, are there positions in rural areas?
Well, you know, a lot of our centers are sort of in more rural areas. Alexandria, sort of out. Even Baton Rouge isn't right downtown or anything. But there are available positions at those centers, yes, for rural areas. The requirements for work from home positions, you know, that's going to vary. And it's probably going to be a lot according to the manager too. Normally inside that rec, when you open it up, it'll tell you, you know, like where it says locations, it'll say remote available. So, and if that's the case, that means they'll provide you with the equipment you need to access FedEx Freight information and everything you need to get your job done. Does that answer the question?
I think so. I think that was great. So, I don't want to butcher your last name. Tonya, how do you say that? I don't want to say it wrong, but They said, thank you from the business communications class at Neville High School. Our students will hopefully use the valuable information given in future accomplishments. It's spelled Soignier. And I totally would say that wrong, and I apologize. This California girl cannot say these names. I'm terrible. But we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right, and with that, well, thanks everybody for joining us, and we'll wrap this one up. So thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
day.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Recording stopped.